Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize, we're starting a little late. We had some technical difficulties. We're now in Heat 4 of Event 67. In Lane 1, Sydney McGovern, Toll. Lane 2, Isla McRobbie, NCAP Alexandria. Team 3, Salma Noureddin, NCAP West. Lane 4, Lizney Bergwa, NCAP Burke. Lane 5, Maddie. And it's McRobbie came in first. NCAP Alexandria. All right, getting ready for Heat 5. Lane 1, Charlie Parker. Lane 2, Paige Kitty. Lane 3, Don Hugh. Lane 4, Mara Zulauf. Lane 5, Sophia Fisher. Lane 6, Margaret Shavland. Lane 7, Lucy Glockner. Lane 8, Sachi Babaha. All right, and it looks like it's a very tight race as they're coming here to the finish of Heat 5. All right, and it is Kitty, Paige Kitty, and Cap Burke finishes first for Heat 5. Now we're getting ready for Heat 6 of the 50 free. In Lane 1, Lucia Lacadas Alcantara. Lane 2, Annabelle Campit. Lane 3, Amaya Rosa. Lane 4, Chloe Park. Lane 5, Addie Wright. Lane 6, Annalise Stewart. Lane 7, Alexia Mount. Lane 8, Maisie Storm. And here they come to the finish. It looks like it's going to be a close heat for Heat 6. And it is Annalise Stewart, Lane 6. NCAP Burke comes in first for that heat. Heat 7. Sloan Waymont, Lane 1. Maya Chawla, Lane 2. Morgan Elam, Lane 3. Charlotte Wood, Lane 4. Matilda Nguyen, Lane 5. Raina Black, Lane 6. Abby Bolts, Lane 7. Amalia Monroe, Lane 8. Okay, and the winner of that heat is Matilda Nguyen, Lane 5, NCAP Burke. And now we have Heat 8. I'm gonna stand. All right, we've got Heat 1, Maggie Levi. Lane 2, Sarah McShane. Lane 3, Tabitha Sisko. Lane 4, Olivia Sullivan. Lane 5, Carrington Latona. Lane 6, Callie Hallman. Lane 7, Aisel El Borini. Lane 8, Riley Meek. And coming in first place is Riley Meek, NCAP Alexandria, Heat 9. Lane 1, Ivy Pham. Lane 2, Clara DeBella. Lane 3, Stella O'Shea. Lane 4, Mila Ada. Lane 5, Samantha Kluger. Lane 6, Abigail Sullivan. Lane 7, Lila Dillard. Lane 8, Sarah Lee. Looks like Lane 3 is coming in pretty strong there. Let's see how they finish. Yep, Lane 3, Stella O'Shea, and Cap West comes in first for Heat 9. Now we're ready for Heat 10 of the girls 13 and over, 50 free. Lane 1, Eva Angel. Lane 2, Sophia Malinowski. Lane 3, Alexandra Harth. Lane 4, Annabelle Kotek. Lane 5, Zoe Rabel. Lane 6, Dina Nystrom. Lane 7, Julia Salazar. Lane 8, Lydia Myers. Looks like lane 3 is coming in strong. And first one is Annabelle Kotek, lane 4 from Toll. Now we're ready for heat 11. Lane 1, McKaylee Jenkins. Lane 2, Viola Wilson. Lane 3, Cora Johnson. Lane 4, Nora Baker. Lane 5, Catherine Flanagan. Lane 6, Amelia Garrett. Lane 7, Emily Americo. And lane 8, Natalie Cady. And the winner of that heat is McKaylee Jenkins, lane 1, NCAP West. Now we're ready for heat 12. Lane 1, Alana Molino. Lane 2, Victoria Smith. Lane 3, Maddie Skiba. Lane 4, Giselle Hill. Lane 5, Tori Lee. Lane 6, Ryan Clark. Lane 7, Adelina Chaheda. And lane 8, Julia Bonaire. And the winner of that heat in lane 3 is Maddie Skiba, NCAP West. Now we're ready for heat 13 of the girls 13 and over, 50 free, event 67. Lane 1, Hayden Fletcher. Lane 2, Laura Prudius. Lane 3, Olivia Kitty. Lane 4, Elizabeth Kent. Lane 5, Audrey Lawyer. Lane 6, Megan Riem. Lane 7, Mary McNichols. And lane 8, Kathleen Ferguson. It's a pretty tight race here. And the winner is lane 5, Audrey Lawyer, NCAP Burke. Now heat 14. Lane 1, Bianca Matta. Lane 2, Zoe Fayad. Lane 3, Lily Fulgrat. Lane 4, Rita Burwis. Lane 5, Avery Von Landingham. Lane 6, Abby Hubert. Lane 7, Blythe Staley. Lane 8, Marin Doyle. And coming in first place in lane 6 is Abby Hubert, NCAP West. Now we're ready for heat 15 in the girls 13 and over, 50 free, event 67. Heat 15. Lane 1, Olivia Buckley. Lane 2, Nina Woodside. Lane 3, Phoebe Lewis. Lane 4, Sedona Traister. Lane 5, Ariana Heath. Lane 6, Cassidy McCahill. Lane 7, Eleanor Hoflick Rogers. And lane 8, Addie Begley. And winning that heat is lane 4, Sedona Traister, NCAP West. Now, ready for heat 16, girls 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Ava Rice. Lane 2, Emma Latini. Lane 3, Katie Torrey. Lane 4, Madison Carter. Lane 5, Savannah Harris. Lane 6, Kelsey Barnes. Lane 7, Millie Stower. And lane 8, Briar Lane. This is heat 16. And the winner of that heat is Savannah Harris and Cap Alexandria, lane 5. Now we're ready for heat 17, girls 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Catherine Walters. Lane 2, Audrey McKean. Lane 3, Katarina Flores. Lane 4, Caroline Agee. Lane 5, Peyton Morris. Lane 6, Mackenzie Witt. Lane 7, Brianna Heath. Lane 8, Amelia Edwards. And the winner of that heat is lane 4, Caroline Agee, NCAP West, heat 18. Lexi Rise, lane 1. Brianna Fleming, lane 2. Lily Palmerino, lane 3. Lainey Barnes, lane 4. Emma Young, lane 5. Ellie Troth, lane 6. Megan Pauley, lane 7, and Allie Wiggins, lane 8. And Emma Young wins that heat, lane 5, NCAP West. Heat 19. Lane 1, Hannah Sistrunk. Lane 2, Emma Signa. Lane 3, Haley Edinburgh. Lane 4, Paige Burke. Lane 5, Sophie Hayden. Lane 6, Madeline Witt. Lane 7, Ella Cipher. And lane 8, Taylor Bueller. And Sophie Hayden, lane 5, NCAP West, wins heat 19. Now for our final heat, the top heat of the 50 free, 13 and over women's. Lane 1, Esther Swanson. Lane 2, Rachel Cotton. Lane 3, Madeline Cole. Lane 4, Alyssa Sagal. Lane 5, Gwen Frick. Lane 6, Sarah Pauley. Lane 7, Lexi Sawa. Lane 8, Aubrey Swanson. And Alyssa Sagal, lane 4, NCAP West, wins that heat. Now we're on to event 68, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free, heat 1. Lane 3, Dario Rafija. Lane 4, Ethan Thompson. And lane 5, Daniel Ashmore. And Ethan Thompson wins that heat from NCAP West, lane 4, Ethan Thompson. Now we're ready for heat 2, event 68, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Ben Ingersoll. Lane 2, Silas Packard. Lane 3, Dane Reese. Lane 4, James McCahill. Lane 5, Jake Kemp. Lane 6, John Cataldo. Lane 7, Daniel Sakvoruk. And lane 8, Jack Chapman. And coming in first place in lane 1 is Ben Ingersoll from York, heat 3. boys 13 and over, 50-yard free, heat 3. Lane 1, Carta Nolan. Lane 2, Robbie Reed. Lane 3, Ari Robari. Lane 4, Dylan Grokey. Lane 5, Rowan Lane. Lane 6, Brett Wilson. Lane 7, Colin Morrison. Lane 8, Carter Andrews. On to heat 4, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free, heat 4. Lane 1, Anthony Jackson. Lane 2, Aiden Nolan. Lane 3, Tyson Miyamoto. Lane 4, Jacob Aspig. Lane 5, Aiden Callahan. Lane 6, Connor Laban. Lane 7, Tony Lazo. And lane 8, Sammy Chiapetta. And the winner of that heat is Tyson Miyamoto, lane 3 from York. Moving on to heat 5, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free, heat 5. Lane 1, Finn Parrish. Lane 2, Jasper Kotowitz. Lane 3, Micah Peters. Lane 4, Jack Losi. Lane 5, Revan Mattis. Lane 6, Logan Troth. Lane 7, Tyler Geis. Lane 8, Connor Fleming. Looks like it's a pretty tight race here in heat 5. And the winner is Riven Mattis, lane 5, NCAP Burke. Now we're ready for heat 6, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Nathaniel Erickson. Lane 2, Brady Dunn. Lane 3, Blair Reese. Lane 4, Graham Eckert. Lane 5, Nate Davis. Lane 6, Bennett Gungemi. Lane 7, Cameron Kogut. Lane 8, Will Cassadon. And the winner of that race in lane 7 is Cameron Kogut, NCAP Alexandria. Now we're ready for heat 7. Lane 1, Joel Haw. Lane 2, Noah Fiesel. Lane 3, Cheyenne Ahmed. Lane 4, Tim Bassam. Lane 5, Keegan Fall. Lane 6, Rowan Turner. Lane 7, Gio Garcia. Lane 8, Max Siebold. And the winner of heat 7 is Keegan Fall, York. Now we're ready for heat 8, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Aiden Travers. Lane 2, Blake Hayden. Lane 3, Arjun Hans. Lane 4, Wyatt Dean. Lane 5, Han Sima. Lane 6, Wells Dean. Lane 7, Jack Lentini. And lane 8, Grayson White. And coming in first place, lane 2, Blake Hayden and Cap West. Moving on to heat 9, the boys 13 and over 50-yard free, heat 9. Lane 1, Jake Kroll. Lane 2, Reed Dotson. Lane 3, Joe Widoecht. Lane 4, Duncan Ross. Lane 5, Finn Koeppen. Lane 6, Samuel Beal. Lane 7, Nate Govert. And lane 8, Owen Strickland. And the winner of that heat is Reed Dotson, lane 2 and Cap West. Now we're ready for heat 10, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Ben Jacobs. Lane 2, James McCormick. Lane 3, Wyatt Davis. Lane 4, Griffin Yesquin. Lane 5, George Cocker. Lane 6, Evan Chestnut. Lane 7, Bryce Patterson. And lane 8, Gabe Midget. And winning his heat in lane 1 is Ben Jacobs, NCAP Alexandria. Now we're ready for heat 11, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, James Hayden. Lane 2, 4, O'Neill. Lane 3, Daniel Uribe. Lane 4, Jack Schiefele. Lane 5, Jack Downey. Lane 6, Marshall Howard. Lane 7, David Alexander. And lane 8, Evan Middleton. And coming in first place is Marshall Howard, NCAP West. Now we're ready for heat 12. Boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Zachary Tan. Lane 2, Bram Shestapol. Lane 3, Stephen Lapine. Lane 4, Alex Diachenko. Lane 5, Sam Haw. Lane 6, Carter Murphy. Lane 7, Riley James. Lane 8, Ethan Litteken. And coming in first, lane 5, Sam Haw, NCAP West. Ready for heat 13, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Lane 1, Robbie Yakes. Lane 2, Oliver Gooch. Lane 3, Wyatt Downey. Lane 4, Blake Conjura. Lane 5, Brendan McMichael. Lane 6, Wills Fleming. Lane 7, Kai Lindrus. Lane 8, Josh Cooley. And winning his heat is lane 4, Blake Conjura, NCAP Alexandria. Now we're on to heat 14, boys 13 and over, 50-yard free, heat 14. Lane 1, Jonathan Ramsdell. Lane 2, Jacob Cho. Lane 3, Todd Landwer. Lane 4, Maddox Nam. Lane 5, Colin Finnegan. Lane 6, Liam Seeger. Lane 7, Philip Kim. And lane 8, Ryan Miller. And coming in first place is lane 4, Maddox Nam, NCAP West. Now we're ready for lane heat 15 of the boys 13 and over, 50-yard free. Heat 1, we have Chase Lane. Heat 2, Landon Mattis. Heat 3, Matthew Kwan. Heat 4, Lucas Bermudez. Heat 5, Carter Layden. Heat 6, Troy Utter. Heat 7, Darren Hong. And Heat 8, Quinn Caputo. And coming in first in lane 3 is Matthew Kwan, NCAP West. And then the final heat of the boys 13 and over 50-yard free, heat 16. Lane 1, Nikki Burns. Lane 2, Caleb Cho. Lane 3, Leighton Arnold. Lane 4, Jackson Tischler. Lane 5, Henry Levy. Lane 6, Sam Mahoney. Lane 7, Joe Lentini. And lane 8, Mason Parks. And coming in first place, lane 5 is Henry Levy, NCAP Alexandria. And that completes the boys 13 and over 50-yard freestyle. We're now ready to begin event number 69, girls 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke, heat 1. Okay, folks, we're just getting set and getting ready for event 69, girls 13 and over 200 backstroke, and we will be right back with more racing here from the Prince William County Public Schools Aquatics Center at Colgan High School. Thanks for listening. Okay, everybody, thank you for your patience there. We are ready to begin event number 69, girls 13 and over 200-yard backstroke, heat 1. In lane 3, we have Lucy Glockner, Toll. Lane 4, CB Munoz, Toll. Lane 5, Olivia Schrade, NCAP West. And lane 6, Emily Bowers, NCAP West. Okay, looks like a great turn there on the first 25. All the girls are running pretty close. Looks like it's going to be a great race here. like our first place finisher in heat 1 is Emily Bowers, lane 6, NCAP West. Great job, swimmers. Now we're ready for heat 2 of the girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. In lane 2, we have Paige Reeves, NCAP West. Lane 3, Brooklyn White, York. Lane 4, Emerson Feely, York. Lane 5, Sylvie Zakowski, York. Lane 6, Sydney McGovern, Toll. Lane 7, Molly Hawkins from Toll. And it looks like we do not have Brooklyn White in lane 3 from York, but we have all our other swimmers. They're looking great there after the first 50. And it looks like Emerson Feely from York is leading the way right now. Good turn for Emerson Feely, lane 4. And not far behind her, we have Paige Reeves from NCAP West in lane 2. And Sylvie Zakowski from York in lane 5. Okay, and we're coming up to the finish here, and that was a really strong swim by Emerson Feely, lane 4 from York. Congratulations to Emily Feely, lane 4 from York swim team. Now we're moving on to heat 3 of event 69, girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. In heat 1, lane 1, we have Louise Fitzgerald from York. Lane 2 is Phoebe Lewis from Toll. Lane 3, Charlie Parker from Toll. Lane 4, Brooklyn Stanley from NCAP West. Lane 5, Salma Noureddin, NCAP West. Lane 6, Kenley Teller, NCAP West. Lane 7, Victoria Smith, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 8, Sabrina O'Day, York. Again, this is the girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. looks like we have a really strong swim this afternoon from lane 1. Louise Fitzgerald from York is currently leading the way. Okay, and we have great finishes there to the 200-yard backstroke, and in first place, we had Sabrina O'Day, lane 8. Sabrina O'Day, lane 8. Now we're moving on to heat 4, girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke, event number 69, heat 4. Lane 1, Sophie Foster. Lane 2, Matilda Nguyen. Lane 3, AJ Epperly. Lane 4, Mary McNichols. Lane 5, Tori Lee. Lane 6, Lucia Lacatos Alcantara. Lane 7, Giselle Hill. And lane 8, Kate Shields. And you can see the splits on your screen there, but looks like a really strong race for heat 4. And lanes 4 and 5, McNichols and Lee are running neck and neck as they start this race and finish up with the first 50. Looks like Tori Lee might be pulling a little bit ahead, lane 5 in Cap Burke, but Mary McNichols and Cap Alexandria is right there with her, lane 4 and 5. Okay, and this is the final finish here for Heat 4, and it looks like Tori Lee, lane 5, won that heat from NCAP Burke. Strong race by Tori Lee, lane 5. The winner for Heat 4, event 69, girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. Now we're ready for Heat 5. Event 69, girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. Lane 1, Anna Velasco. Lane 1, Anna Velasco, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Shannon Knapp, NCAP West. Lane 3, Sophia Fisher, NCAP West. Lane 4, Sam Lee, NCAP West. Lane 5, Olivia Strossen, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Callie Hallman, NCAP Burke. Lane 7, Kenzie Boyd, NCAP West. And lane 8, Amelia Garrett. Just finishing up the first 50 of the 200-yard backstroke. And it looks like we have a strong lead by lane 5, Olivia Strossen from NCAP Burke. Almost to the halfway point for the race. And it looks like lane 1, Anna Velasco, NCAP Alexandria, is really pushing hard there. Still lane 5, Olivia Strossen in the lead from NCAP Burke. But she's receiving some pressure also from Kenzie Boyd, lane 7, NCAP West. Looks like a great race, ladies. And here we are, the finish of the race, and coming in first in lane 5 is Olivia Strossen, NCAP Burke. Great finish for Olivia Strossen. Dropping about 10 seconds in that race. Now Heat 6 of event 69, girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. Event 69, Heat 6. Lane 1, Marin Doyle, NCAP West. Lane 2, Rachel Cotton, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Julia Bonaire, NCAP West. Lane 4, Avery Van Landingham, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Ellie Trin, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Fran Opipari, Toll. Lane 7, Sophie Tarr, NCAP Burke. And in lane 8, Zoe Fayad, Toll. We're at about 75 yards now. Pushing towards the halfway mark. And it looks like we have a strong lead by Rachel Cotton from NCAP Alexandria. Halfway through, the lead is still held by Rachel Cotton. And then coming next is Ellie Trin, lane 5, NCAP Burke. And not far behind her is Sophie Tarr, NCAP Burke, in lane 7. Looks like a great race here. Rachel Cotton, lane 2, NCAP Alexandria, still swimming strong. And we're ready for the finish of heat 6. Wow. It's Rachel Cotton, lane 2, NCAP Alexandria, coming in at 2:12. That's about a 14-second drop from her previous best. And in second place, we have Ellie Trin from NCAP Burke. Great job, ladies. Now we're moving on to heat 7. This is our final heat of event number 69, girls 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. All right, lane 1, Katerina Floros, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Ava Rice, NCAP Burke. Lane 3, Nina Woodside, NCAP West. Lane 4, Leah Hubbard, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Lexi Rice, York. Lane 6, Peyton Morris, NCAP Burke. Lane 7, Lily Palmerino, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 8, Megan Rhyme, York. Okay, they've finished up the first 50, and it looks like a really strong showing in lane 1 from Katerina Floros, NCAP Alexandria. But not far behind her is in lane 2, 3, and 4. We have Ava Rice from NCAP Burke in lane 2, Nina Woodside, lane 3, NCAP West, and Leah Hubbard, NCAP Alexandria, lane 4. All three of those girls are neck and neck. Okay, we're about halfway through the race. They finished 100. This is the girls 13 and over 200-yard backstroke. This is our top and final heat, heat 7. Okay, it's still a tight race here. Katerina Floros, lane 1, is still in first. And lanes 2, 3, and 4 are still close. Lane 2 is Ava Rice, NCAP Burke, and lane 3, Nina Woodside, NCAP West. Maybe anybody's race as they come into this last 50. Okay, and it looks like lane 1, Katerina Floros, is going to pull it out from NCAP Alexandria. Second place, lane 2, Ava Rice, and lane 3, Nina Woodside. Now we're moving on to the boys event. This is event number 70, boys 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke, heat 1. Heat 1, lane 3, Dario Rafija, Toll. Lane 4, Gabe Nguyen, Toll. And lane 5, Shiva Krishnameni, Toll. Okay, looks like a pretty tight race as they finish up their first 50 yards here of this 200-yard backstroke. And it looks like lane 4 and lane 5 are neck and neck. Looks like maybe lane 4 is pulling a little bit ahead. Lane 4 is Gabe Nguyen from Toll, and lane 5 is Shiva Krishnamameni, also from Toll. 3 Toll swimmers in this race. All right, we've just hit the 100-yard mark, halfway through the race of this boys 13 and over 200-yard back, event 70, heat 1. Gabe Nguyen still keeping a strong lead there. All right, as we're finishing up this 200-yard back, this is heat 1, and in lane 4 we have Gabe Nguyen finishing first with a 2:44.42, and coming in second place right behind him is his teammate from Toll, lane 5, Shiva Krishnamameni. And then Dario Rafija, also Toll, coming in third. Heat 2, event 70, boys 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. Lane 1, lane 2, Jack Chapman. Lane 3, Nico Schaefer from York. Lane 4, Grant Hoffman from NCAP West. Lane 5, Jake Kemp from NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Jack Losi from NCAP West. And lane 7, Aiden Yu from Toll. Looks like lane 2, Jack Chapman from Toll has a pretty commanding lead as they finish the first 50 yards of this 200-yard back. And coming into the 100 yards, it's still lane 2, Jack Chapman from Toll with a commanding lead. But not far behind him is Grant Hoffman, lane 4 from NCAP West. And also lane 6, Jack Losi, NCAP West. A strong performance. All right, and this is the last 50. Jack Chapman, lane 2 from Toll, still in the lead. But then Jack Losey, NCAP West, lane 6. Looks like he's in second place. And third, looks like Grant Hoffman in lane 4 for NCAP West has a pretty strong stroke going there. And now as we come into the finish here, it's first place is Jack Chapman, lane 2 from Toll. And second place is Grant Hoffman, lane 4. And coming in third, Jack Losey, lane 6, NCAP West. Okay, moving on to heat 3 for event 70, boys 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. This looks like a strong NCAP lineup. All right, in lane 1, we have Caleb James, NCAP Burke. Lane 2, Matthew Cochler, NCAP Burke. Lane 3, Nate Govert, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, Finn Coppin, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Bryce Rohrbach, NCAP West. Lane 6, Tyler Geis from York. Lane 7, Griffin Yesquin, NCAP Burke. And in lane 8, Brett Wilson from NCAP West. Looks like 4, Finn Coppin, NCAP Alexandria has a strong lead here to start. Almost finishing up the first 100 yards in this 200-yard back. And Finn Coppin, lane 4, NCAP Alexandria, has a very strong lead, but not far behind him is Bryce Rohrbach, lane 5, NCAP West. And then who will be third? It looks like Matthew Cochler, NCAP Burke, is maintaining third place right now. All right, this is the last 50, and it's still lane 4, Finn Coppin, NCAP Alexandria, with a pretty commanding lead. Let's see if he can hold that all the way through. All right, and here is the finish. Finishing first, Finn Coppin in lane 4. Finishing second, Bryce Rohrbach, NCAP West. And in third place, in lane 2, is Matthew Cochler from NCAP Burke. Great job, guys. Moving on to heat 4 of event 70, boys 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. Okay, moving on to heat 4. In lane 1, we have Blair Reese, NCAP West. Lane 2, Alex Erickson, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Wyatt Davis from NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Samuel Beal from York. Lane 5, Finn O'Shea, NCAP West. Lane 6, Connor O'Neill, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 7, Jasper Kotowitz, NCAP West. And lane 8, Brendan McMichael, NCAP Burke. All right, as they come into the first 100 yards of this 200-yard back, it looks like we have a strong commanding lead in lane 2 by Brandon. Lane 2, Alec Erickson from NCAP Alexandria. But lane 5, Finn O'Shea, NCAP West, is coming on strong. And giving lane 2, Alex Erickson, NCAP Alexandria, a run for his money. After they hit the wall by the blocks, 50 more yards to go. Let's see if lane 2, Alex Erickson, will keep his lead. Looks like Alex Erickson in lane 2 is in first place as we come to the last 25. And Finn O'Shea looks like he's in second. And then right behind him, we've got Sam Beal from York pushing into third. And there we have it. First place, Alex Erickson, lane 2. Finishing second, Finn O'Shea, NCAP West. And finishing third, Wyatt Davis, NCAP Burke. Great swim, guys. Now we're ready for heat 5. This is the final heat of event 70, boys 13 and over, 200-yard backstroke. Lane 1, James Riley, NCAP Burke. Lane 2, Brandon Bettestani, York. Lane 3, Levi Fulweiler, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Trace Black, NCAP West. Lane 5, Joey Barnes, NCAP West. Lane 6, 4 O'Neill, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 7, Elijah Nah. All right, they finished up the first 50 of this 200-yard backstroke. And it looks like the strong lead right now is lane 4, Trace Black, NCAP West. Not far behind him in lane 5 is Joey Barnes, NCAP West. And right behind him, we've got 4 O'Neill, NCAP Alexandria. 1, 2, and 3, lanes 4, 5, and 6. All right, looks like a really strong swim here on the 200 back. They've just got another 50 left to go. Another 50 yards, still Trace Black, lane 4. NCAP West is in the lead, but Joey Barnes is pressing hard in lane 5. NCAP West as well. And then right behind him, we've got 4 O'Neill, lane 6, NCAP Alexandria. And oh my goodness, we really have a race. Look at lane 4 and lane 5, Trace Black and Joey Barnes. Let's see who's gonna pull it out here. And Barnes does it. Lane 5, Joey Barnes comes in first. Lane 4, Trace Black comes in second. And then 4 O'Neill, lane 6, comes in third. Great job, boys. Now, we're ready for the next event, event 71, girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly, heat 1. Lane 1, Emily Bowers, NCAP West. Lane 2, Lily Scherer, York. Lane 3, Molly Hurley, Toll. Lane 4, Karis Campbell, York. Lane 5, C.B. Munoz, Toll. Lane 6, Ann Mitchell, York. Lane 7, Annabelle Campett, York. Lane 8, Kelsey Barnes, NCAP West. This is event 71, 13, girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. And they're finishing up with the first 50 now. Looks great, heat 1. Looks like we've got Karis Campbell, lane 4 from York, leading the way, with CB Munoz from Toll right behind her. Okay, this is the last 25. Oh, wow. And our winner is Emily Bowers, lane 1 from NCAP West. Lane 1, Emily Bowers. And in second place, we have Karis Campbell from York, and third place is Emily Bowers, lane 1. So in first place is Kelsey Barnes, lane 8. Second place, Campbell Karis, lane 4. And in third place, Emily Bowers, lane 1. All right, now we're on to heat 2 of the girls 13 and over 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Mila Ada, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Ellie Troth, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Sarah Polly, NCAP West. Lane 4, Lucy Glockner, Toll. Lane 5, Sloan Lieber, Toll. Lane 6, Eileen Storm, York. Number 7, Blythe Staley, Toll. And lane 8, Isel El Barini, NCAP Alexandria. Looks like a great race. They're getting ready to move to their final 25, and we've got Sarah Polly, lane 3 from NCAP West, with a strong lead. All right, and here they come into the finish. Sarah Polly, lane 3, NCAP West, will finish first. Ellie Troth, lane 2, NCAP Alexandria, will finish second. And in lane 7, we have Blythe Staley from Toll, finishes third. Great job, girls. This is event 71, girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly, and we are finishing up heat 2 and ready for heat 3. Heat 3 of 12 in the girls 13 and over 100-yard butterfly, event 71. Lane 1, Sachi Baveja, York. Lane 2, Alexis Mount, NCAP West. Lane 3, Margaret Shavland, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Riley Meek, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Blythe Windle, Toll. Lane 6, Charlie Parker, Toll. Lane 7, Abby Bolts, NCAP Burke. And lane 8, Maddie Patterson, NCAP West. All right, looks like we're halfway through this 100-yard fly. This is heat 3 of the girls 13 and over 100-yard butterfly. Right now it looks like Alexis Mount, lane 2, NCAP West, has a pretty firm lead. But not far behind her is Blythe Windle, lane 5 from Toll, and Riley Meek, lane 4 from NCAP Alexandria. All right, this is going to be a tight race for 1, 2, and 3. Let's see how they finish. Lane 1, finishing first, is lane 2, Alexis Mount. Meek finishes second, and Windle finishes third. Now we're in On to the fourth heat of event 71, girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. We have 12 heats at this event. Lane 1, Maya Chawla, York. Lane 2, Clara DeBella, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Abigail Sullivan, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Isla McRobbie, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Addie Wright, Toll. Lane 6, Lisney Burgos, NCAP Burke. Lane 7, Tori Lee, NCAP Burke. And lane 8, Lexi Bodendorf, NCAP Alexandria. The girls are about halfway through this 100-yard fly. And it looks like lane 4 and 5 are neck and neck. Lane 4, we have Isla McRobbie and NCAP Alexandria, and lane 5 is Addie Wright from Toll. All right, as they come into the finish, it's going to be close between lanes 4 and lane 5. Lane 4 is McRobbie from NCAP, and lane 5 is Wright from Toll. And it looks like it's going to be Wright. Lane 5, Addie Wright from Toll wins her heat, followed by Clara DeBella in lane 2. Now we're moving on to heat 5 of event 71, girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. This is heat 5 of 12. In lane 1, Amalia Monroe, York. Lane 2, Adelina Cheheda, NCAP West. Lane 3, Ryan Clark, York. Lane 4, AJ Epperly, NCAP West. Lane 5, McKaylee Jenkins, NCAP West. Lane 6, Julia Salazar, Toll. Lane 7, Lydia Myers, NCAP Burke. Lane 8, Alexandra Heath, NCAP West. All right, looks like the girls are halfway through this 100-yard fly. And looks like lane 5 and lane 2 have the strong lead. Lane 5 is McKaylee Jenkins, NCAP West, and lane 2 is Adelina Cheheda, NCAP West. They're down to the final 25. Let's see what this finish looks like. Looks like they're going to finish strong. And it's going to be Jenkins in first place, lane 5, and Cheheda, lane 2, finishing second. And Alexandra Heath, lane 8, finishing third. Next is heat 6 of the girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, we have Natalie Cady, NCAP West. Lane 2, Morgan Elam, NCAP West. Lane 3, Zoe Robel, York. Lane 4, Shannon Knapp, NCAP West. Lane 5, Ivy Pham, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Lindley Hazelwood, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 7, Tabitha Cisco, NCAP Burke. And lane 8, Matilda Nguyen, NCAP Burke. They finish up 50 yards of this 100-yard fly. Looks like this will be a tight race as they come down to the last 25. It looks like lane 4, Shannon Knapp, NCAP West, is in the lead. And yes, it's Shannon Knapp, lane 4, NCAP West wins the heat, followed by Tabitha Cisco, lane 7 for NCAP Burke in second place. Now we're on to heat 7 of the girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1 is Charlotte Wood, York. Lane 2 is Carrington Latona, NCAP West. Lane 3, Cora Johnson, NCAP West. Lane 4, Audrey McKean, York. Lane 5, Kenzie Boyd, NCAP West. Lane 6, Courtney Tim, York. Lane 7, Emily Americo, and lane with Toll. And lane 8, Alana Molino, NCAP Burke. Okay, they've got 50 yards to go in this 100-yard fly. And it looks like lane 2 has a strong lead. That's Carrington Latona, NCAP West in lane 2. But lane 3 is right behind her. Cora Johnson is right there. Let's see if they can stay together the whole way. And it's Latona comes in first, Johnson comes in second, and Boyd comes in third. An NCAP sweep. All right, on to heat 8 of 12. This is the girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Elizabeth Kent, NCAP Burke. Lane 2, Paige Burke, NCAP Burke. Lane 3, Maddie Skiba, NCAP West. Lane 4, Bianca Mata, York. Lane 5, Lily Flukart, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Fran Opipari, Toll. Lane 7, Aubrey Swanson, York. And lane 8, Abby Hubert, NCAP West. This is the girls 13 and over, 100-yard fly. They're coming into their last turn here, 25 yards to go, and it looks like it's a pretty close race. All right, it's gonna come down to the finish, and it is lane 1. Lane 8 finishes first, Abby Hubert, and then Skiba, Maddie Skiba, lane 3, finishes second. Heat 9 of 12, girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly, and that's 71. Alice Wiggins, lane 1, NCAP Burke. Hannah Sistrunk, lane 2, NCAP West. Lane 3, Sophie Hayden, NCAP West. Lane 4, Megan Polly, NCAP West. Lane 5, Taylor Bueller, NCAP West. Lane 6, Olivia Buckley, NCAP West. Lane 7, Avery Van Landen. Let me try that one again. Lane 7, Avery Van Landingen, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 8, Emma Latini, NCAP Alexandria. All right, and the girls are coming into their final turn here, and it looks like Hannah Sistrunk in lane 2 is in the lead. But lane 3 and 4, both from NCAP West, Sophie Hayden and Megan Polly, are not far behind. And yes, Hannah Sistrunk coming in sub 1 minute. Hannah Sistrunk wins that heat. Great job, Hannah. All right, now we're moving on to heat 10 of 12. Girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Catherine Walters, NCAP West, lane 1. Emma Young, lane 2, NCAP West. Lane 3, Lainey Barnes, NCAP West. Lane 4, Millie Stour, NCAP West. Lane 5, Ariana Heath, NCAP West. Lane 6, Kathleen Ferguson, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 7, Briar Lane, NCAP West. And lane 8, Haley Edinburgh, NCAP West. This is an entire NCAP West heat for these girls, lane 1 through 8. all NCAP West. Let's see who'll win. They're down to their last 25 yards here. Looks like it's going to be Haley Enberg. Haley Enberg wins that heat, lane 8. Barnes in second place and Emma Young in third. Moving on to heat 11. This is the girls 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Heat 11. Lane 1, Addie Begley, NCAP West. Lane 2, Brianna Fleming, NCAP Burke. Lane 3, Madeline Cole, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Brianna Heath, NCAP West. Lane 5, Lily Palmerino, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Esther Swanson, York. Lane 7, Amelia Edwards, NCAP West. And lane 8, Mackenzie Witt, NCAP West. This is heat 11 of the girls 13 and over 100-yard butterfly. The girls are doing great. They're almost to their last 25. All right, let's see who's going to win this. Looks like lane 4, Brianna Heath is coming in very strong. But lane 7 is coming in not far behind her. So it's Heath, Edwards, and Fleming. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, Brianna Heath, NCAP West. And now we're to the final heat. Heat 12 of the girls 13 and over 100-yard butterfly, event 71. Lane 1, Lexi Sawa. Lane 2, Quinn Frick. Lane 3, Caroline Agee. Lane 4, Allie Wittedek, NCAP West. Lane 5, Alyssa Sagel, NCAP West. Lane 6, Madeline Witt, NCAP West. Lane 7, Savannah Harris, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 8, Katie Torrey, NCAP West. All right, the girls have just finished 50 yards of this 100-yard fly. This is the girls 13 and over, 100-yard fly. Looks like lane 4, Allie Widowicht, NCAP West, is in the lead, but not far behind her is Carolyn Agee and Alyssa Sagel. Yes, it is Wittedek 1, Agee 2, Sagel 3. Congratulations, girls. It was a clean sweep for NCAP West, 1, 2, and 3. Now, moving on to event 72. This is the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. This is heat 1 of 11. Lane 3, Dylan Grokey, Toll. Lane 4, Daniel Ashmore, NCAP Burke. Lane 5, Connor Laban, York. Lane 6, Jacob Askvig, NCAP Burke. Okay, these boys in heat 1 of the 13 and over 100-yard butterfly are just turning now to their final 25. And it looks like lane 4, Daniel Ashmore from NCAP Burke, is in the lead. Let's see as they finish up strong here with heat 1 of 11 of the boys 13 and over 100-yard butterfly. Yes, first place in that heat is Daniel Ashmore and NCAP Burke. Grokey and Askvig were second and third. Now on to heat 2 of 11, boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Oh no, Ingersoll fell in. He's getting back up on the blocks now. They're ready. Heat 2, lane 1, Ben Ingersoll. Lane 2, Dane Reese. Lane 3, Aiden Nolan. Lane 4, John Cataldo. Lane 5, Max Sable. Lane 6, Grant Hoffman. Lane 7, Jack Losey. And lane 8, Ethan Thompson. Looks like Ben Ingersoll, lane 1 from York, has a commanding lead as he finishes up the 50 yards of this 100-yard fly. But out there in lane 8, it looks like Ethan Thompson and Cap West, maybe just a little bit ahead of him. Let's see how these boys do as they come down to this last 25. Looks like Ethan Thompson has pulled out ahead in lane 8 and Cap West. Yes, Ethan Thompson, first place, and Cap West, followed by second. Lane 1, Ben Ingersoll from York. And it looks like it's going to be lane 3, Aiden Nolan, coming in third from York. Great swim, boys. This is event 72, boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. We're moving on to heat 3 of 11. They've asked the boys to stand before they start. It looks like we're making a correction on the block. Okay. All right, this is heat 3 of the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Finn Parrish and Cap Burke. Lane 2, we do not have a swimmer. Lane 3, Tyson Miyamoto. Lane 4, Aiden Callahan. Lane 5, Cameron Kogut. Lane 6, Logan Troth. Lane 7, Jack Lentini. And lane 8, Nathan Kramer. All right, they've just finished up the 50 yards. And it looks like lane 5 is in first place, and lane 4 not far behind him. Lane 5 is Cameron Kogut and Cap Alexandria, and lane 4 is Aiden Callahan and Cap Alexandria. Just passing the minute mark. All right. First place, Cameron Kogut and Cap Alexandria, lane 5, and in second place, in lane 7, is Jack Lentini and Cap Alexandria. Now we're set for heat 4. This is 4 of 11 for the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Gabe Midget, Toll. Lane 2, Gio Garcia and Cap West. Lane 3, Daniel Uribe and Cap West. Lane 4, Nate Davis, Toll. Lane 5, Noah Fizel and Cap Burke. Lane 6, Tony Lazo and Cap West. Lane 7, David Alexander and Cap Alexandria. And lane 8, Cheyenne Ahmed and Cap Burke. All right, it looks like Gio Garcia, lane 2, and Cap West is leading the pack here as they come down to the final 25. But lane 1, Gabe Midget, is right behind him, and then Daniel Uribe and Noah Fiesel are not far behind there. Let's see how this finish goes. Yes, it's Gio Garcia in first place, Gabe Midget in second, and Nate Davis in third. All right, now we're on to heat 5. Boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Nathaniel Erickson, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, James McCormick, NCAP West. Lane 3, Jake Prawl, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, Duncan Ross, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Wells Dean, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Brandon Bettestani, York. Lane 7, Fernando Rodriguez, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 8, Hewan Sima, Toll. Okay, they're coming into the 75-yard mark on this 100-yard fly. This is the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. This is a tight heat. Boy, this is going to be a close one. Let's see. All right, and in first, it's James McCormick of NCAP West. Congratulations, James. Now on to heat 6 of 11. Lane 1, Owen Strickland, NCAP West. Lane 2, Rowan Turner, NCAP West. Lane 3, Kai Lindrus, York. Lane 4, Josh Bewley, NCAP West. Lane 5, Todd Landwehr, York. Lane 6, Jack Chapman, Toll. Lane 7, Marshall Howard, NCAP West. And lane 8, George Cocker, York. All right, they're approaching the 75-yard mark of this 100-yard fly. Looks like lane 5, lane 5, Todd Landwehr, York, has a lead as they come down to the final. Final 10 yards here. Okay, great. It's Landwehr from York finishes first, and Howard from NCAP West finishes second, and that's it. Great. Now we're ready for heat 7 of 11 of the boys 13 and over 100-yard butterfly, event 72. This is heat 7 of 11. Okay, looks like we're changing out a plunger at one of the lanes. That's why we've got a pause here. We've got a pause at heat 7 of 11 for event 72, boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. As soon as they get that plunger replaced, we will be back to swimming. And thanks for joining us here today at this 2023 Potomac Valley November Open. We are here at the PWCS Aquatic Center at Colgan High School in Manassas, Virginia. All right, we're ready to begin. Heat 7 of 11 for the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Joel Ha, NCAP West. Lane 2, Evan Chestnut, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Sam Beal, York. Lane 4, Joe Widowicht, NCAP West. Lane 5, Blake Hayden, NCAP West. Lane 6, Grayson White, NCAP West. Lane 7, Oliver Gooch, York. Lane 8, James Hayden, York. All right, this is a tight race for these boys. This is the 100-yard butterfly as they come down to make this last turn and the last 25. Looks like lane 4 is in the lead. Joe Widowick, NCAP West. And here they come. Yes, Widowick takes first with Hayden in second place and Joel Ha and Cap West in third. This is heat 8 of 11, the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Finn O'Shea, NCAP West. Lane 2, Wills Fleming, York. Lane 3, Jacob Cho, NCAP West. Lane 4, Darren Hong, Toll. Lane 5, Wyatt Downey, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Sam Ha, NCAP West. Lane 7, Reed Dodson, NCAP West. And lane 8, Evan Middleton. All right, they've just finished the first 50 of this 100-yard fly. And it looks like lane 4 and 5 are neck and neck. Darren Hong in the lead, lane 4 for Toll, and Wyatt Downey, lane 5 for NCAP Alexandria, just behind him. Let's see what happens as they come into this final stretch. It's gonna be close. And it's Sam Ha, NCAP West, lane 6, finishes first. Great job, Sam. This is heat 9 of 11. This is the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly, heat 9. Lane 1, Ben Jacobs, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Chase Lane, NCAP West. Lane 3, Colin Finnegan, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, Trace Black, NCAP West. Lane 5, Carter Murphy, NCAP West. Lane 6, Robbie Yakes, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 7, Nikki Burns, NCAP Burke. And lane 8, Mason Parks, NCAP West. This is their final turn, and they'll finish their last 25. It looks like lane 7, Nikki Burns, NCAP Burke is in the lead. Yes, Nikki Burns, NCAP Burke takes first place with Chase Lane, NCAP West in second, and Trace Black, NCAP West in third. Heat 10, this is heat 10 of the boys 13 and over, 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Sam Mahoney. Lane 2, Quinn Caputo. Lane 3, Carter Layden. Lane 4, Caleb Cho. Lane 5, Philip Kim. Lane 6, Soma Fulwaller. Lane 7, Troy Utter. And lane 8, Ryan Miller. This is a full end cap sweep. All end cap west except lane 6 and lane 8 are end cap Burke. All right, they're getting ready to make their final turn for this 100-yard fly. The last 25 meters, it's going to be 25 yards. It's going to be a close race. And it's Quinn Caputo in first place, end cap west, followed by Philip Kim in cap west in second place. And now to the final heat of the boys 13 and over 100-yard butterfly. This is heat 11. Lane 1, Liam Seiger, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Joe Lentini, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Matthew Kwan, NCAP West. Lane 4, Jackson Tischler, NCAP West. Lane 5, Leighton Arnold, NCAP West. Lane 6, Henry Levy, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 7, Maddox Nam, NCAP West. And lane 8, Ethan Litteken. This is heat 11. The top heat for the boys 13 and over 100-yard butterfly, and it looks like they are all neck and neck. It looks like Jackson Tischler may pull out ahead here as they come into the last few yards. Let's see. Yes, Jackson Tischler finishes first, Matthew Kwan finishes second, and Maddox Nam, NCAP West, finishes third. Now we're moving to event 73. This is the girls 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke. This is heat 1 of 7 for the girls 13 and over 200 breaststroke. Lane 3, Lily Scherer, York. Lane 4, Molly Hurley from Toll. Lane 5, Sophia Chen, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 6, Emily Bowers, NCAP West. Again, this is the women's 13 and over 200-yard breast. Okay, everyone, this this is Kelly Oribe back again announcing for the 2023 Potomac Valley November Open here at PWCS Aquatic Center in Manassas, Virginia. This is currently Heat 1 of the girls 13 and over, 200-yard breast, and we have our first place finisher is in lane 6 is Emily Bowers, NCAP West. Congratulations, Emily. And in second place, we have Molly Hurley from Toll, and in third place, Sophie Chen, lane 5, NCAP Alexandria. Great job, girls. And Lily Scher from York is on her last 25 here. This is the girls 13 and over, 200-yard breaststroke, event 73. Finishing up Heat 1. Now we're on to lane 2 of 7 in the girls 13 and over, 200-yard breast. Lane 2, Sloan Waymont, York. Lane 3, Raina Black, NCAP West. Lane 4, Emerson Feely, York. Lane 5, Louise Fitzgerald, York. Lane 6, Katie Baveja, York. Lane 7, Ann Mitchell, York. All right, as these girls finish up their first 50 yards, Emerson Feely, lane 4, York, is in the lead, but not far behind her is Katie Baveja, also from York. Just coming into 75 yards of this 200-yard breaststroke. Emerson Feely still in the lead in lane 4, but Louise Fitzgerald, her teammate from York, is not far behind her. And then it looks like it will be close place for third at this point between Raina Black in lane 3 and Katie Baveja in lane 6. Raina Black is in NCAP West and Katie is from York. All right, our leaders are neck and neck here. Lane 4 and 5, Emerson Feely and Louise Fitzgerald, lane 4 and 5 respectively from York. All right, and here we are at the finish. And Emerson Feely, lane 4 from York, finishes first with her teammate, Louise Fitzgerald, lane 5, also from York, right behind her. And then we'll see who comes in third. Looks like it's going to be close between Raina Black and Katie Baveja. And it's Raina Black and Cap West coming in third. This concludes heat 2 of the girls 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke. This is heat 3 of the girls 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke, event number 73. Sloan Lieber, lane 1, Toll. Kate Shields, lane 2, York. Paige Reeves, lane 3, and Cap West. Chloe Park, lane 4, and Cap Alexandria. Sophie Foster, lane 5, Toll. Samantha Kluger and Cap Burke, lane 6. Lindsay Burgos, lane 7, and Cap Burke. And Keegan Clark, lane 8, York. This is the girls 13 and over 200-yard breast. The girls are just finishing up their first 50 yards. And it looks like Sophie Foster from Toll in lane 5 has the lead right now. But lanes 4 and lane 6 are not far behind. Lane 4 is Chloe Park from NCAP Alexandria, and Samantha Kluger from NCAP Burke is in lane 6. All right, as the girls come into the wall near the blocks, this will be halfway through the race. This is 100 yards out of the 200-yard breaststroke. And it looks like Sophie Foster, lane 5 from Toll, is still in the lead here. We're down to the last 50 yards now of the women's 13 and over 200-yard breast. You're here with us at the Potomac Valley November Open at the PWCS Aquatic Center in Manassas, Virginia. This is heat 2 of event 73, the girls 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke. And as we come down to the finish, we still looks like Louise Fitzgerald in lane 5 is in the lead, but lane 2 Kate Shields is coming on fast too. Sorry about that. Our number 1 finisher is Sophie Foster from Toll, lane 5. And then our second place finisher is Kate Shields from York. Third place goes to Samantha Kluger and Cap Burke. Now we are headed to heat 4 of 7 of the girls 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke. Lane 1, Samantha Tylander and Cap Alexandria. Lane 2, Sophie Tarr and Cap Burke. Lane 3, Amaya Rosa, York. Lane 4, Annalise Stewart and Cap Burke. Lane 5, Brooklyn White, York. Lane 6, Lila Dillard, NCAP West. Lane 7, Sylvie Zakowski, York. And lane 8, Sam Lee, NCAP West. The girls in this 13 and over 200-yard breast have just finished a quarter of this race, finishing up 50 yards. And it looks like lane 4, Annalise Stewart from NCAP Burke, has a pretty strong lead, but not far behind her is Sophie Tarr, her teammate from NCAP Burke in lane 2. Okay, looks like Annalise Stewart in lane 4, NCAP Burke is in the lead at the halfway mark of this 200 breast and still going strong. Thank you for joining us tonight at this November Open, the Potomac Valley November Open. We're at the Prince William County Schools Aquatic Center in Manassas, Virginia, housed at Colgan High School. And as you can see and hear behind me, there is lots of enthusiasm here tonight. All right, 50 yards to go in this 200-yard breast. And it looks like Annalise Stewart still maintains a commanding lead here from NCAP Burke. Annalise Stewart, lane 4, but not far behind is her teammate, Sophie Tarr, lane 2 from NCAP Burke. All right, our first place finisher of Heat 4 is Annalise Stewart from NCAP Burke. And in second place is Sophie Tarr, also from NCAP Burke. And third place is Amaya, looks like it was actually Amaya Rosa from York with a soft touch. Now, Heat 5 of 7, this is the girls 13 and over, 200-yard breaststroke, event 73, Heat 5. In lane 1, we have Naya Stoyan, Toll. Lane 2, Alana Molino, NCAP Burke. Lane 3, Moira Irvin, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, Amelia Garrett, Toll. Lane 5, Callie Hallman, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, AJ Epperly, NCAP West. Lane 7, Eleanor Hoflick-Rogers, NCAP Alexandria, and lane 8, Sophia Fisher, NCAP West. The girls are about a quarter of the way through this race, this 200-yard breast, girls 13 and over, and it looks like lane 3, Moira Irvin from NCAP Alexandria is in the lead at the turn on the 75. Looks like second place may be lane 7, Eleanor Hoflick-Rogers from NCAP Alexandria. Yes, lane 7. is in second. And then in third is Amelia Garrett from Toll, lane 4. But Moira Irvin, NCAP Alexandria, lane 3, maintains a commanding lead as she comes in to the 150 yards here. 50 yards to go after Moira Irvin touches here. All right. Looks like lane 3, lane 7, and lane 4. Moira Irvin is in first, Eleanor Hoflick-Rogers is in second, and Amelia Garrett is holding on to third. And this is the last 25 as the girls make this turn for this 200-yard breast. And Irvin does it. Moira Irvin, lane 3, finishes first for heat 5 of the girls' 200-yard breast. And in second place is Eleanor Hoflick-Rogers. And third place is lane 4, Amelia Garrett from Toll. Congratulations, girls. Next is heat 6 of 7 for the girls' 200-yard breast. It looks like we have a full NCAP lineup in heat 6. It's Ellie Trin, NCAP Burke, lane 1. Shannon Knapp, NCAP West, lane 2. Victoria Smith, NCAP Alexandria, lane 3. Julia Bonaire, NCAP West, lane 4. Viola Wilson, NCAP Alexandria, lane 5. Ivy Pham, NCAP Burke, lane 6. Stella O'Shea, NCAP West, lane 7. And Catherine Flanagan, NCAP Alexandria, lane 8. Okay, the girls have finished their first 50 yards, and it is a really close race out there. But it looks like Victoria Smith from NCAP Alexandria has the lead. Second place may be Shannon Knapp, lane 2, NCAP West. Or lane 5 is looking very strong. Viola Wilson, lane 5, NCAP Alexandria. It's gonna be close. In lane 1, Ellie Trin, NCAP Burke, is doing her best to catch up there to lane 2. And it is still Victoria Smith, lane 3, NCAP Alexandria, as they come to the final 50. It's the last turn. And Victoria Smith, lane 3, has a commanding lead. But lane 5, Viola Wilson, and lane 2, Shannon Knapp. NCAP Burke and NCAP Alexandria and NCAP West are not far behind. Let's see how we finish. This is heat 6 of 7 of the girls 13 and over 200-yard breast. And Smith does it. Victoria Smith, NCAP Alexandria, finishes first. Oh, it's going to be tight. Second place is Viola Wilson, lane 5, NCAP Alexandria, and third place goes to Shannon Knapp, NCAP West. Now we turn to our top heat, heat 7 of the girls 13 and over, 200-yard breaststroke. It's our final heat of girls. Lane 1, Lindley Hazelwood, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Eva Angel, NCAP Burke. Lane 3, Ava Rice, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Sedona Traster, NCAP West. Lane 5, Anna Velasco, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Fran Opipari, Toll. Lane 7, Hayden Fletcher, NCAP West. And lane 8, Audrey Lawyer, NCAP Burke. The girls have finished up their first 50. They've got 150 yards to go. And it looks like lane 5, Anna Velasco, NCAP Alexandria is in the lead. But lane 4 and lane 7 are not far behind. Sedona Traster, lane 4, NCAP West, and Hayden Fletcher, NCAP West, lane 7. And in this heat, it looks like we don't have anybody in lane 3, 6, or 8. Nobody in 3, 6, or 8. All right, we are down to the last 50. And still we have Anna Velasco, NCAP Alexandria in the lead for lane 5. And then it looks like this is going to be close, but it looks like Sedona Traster, NCAP West in lane 4 is in second place. And then Hayden Fletcher in lane 7, NCAP West. And here they are. And for the finish, first place, it is Velasco in lane 5. It is Sedona Traster in lane 2. And Hayden Fletcher, lane 7. Great job, girls. That's 1, 2, and 3 for heat 7. Now we're turning to event 74, boys 13 and over, 200-yard breaststroke, heat 1. Lane 3 is Carter Andrews, Toll. Lane 4 is Shiva Krishnamanameni, Toll. And lane 5 is Colin Morrison, NCAP Alexandria. Sorry. It's been a long meet. All right, this is heat 1, boys 200-yard breaststroke, heat 1. We've got lanes 3, 4, and 5, and it is going to be a close race. As the boys come into their first 50 here, they are neck and neck. But it looks like we've got lane 5 is in the lead, Colin Morrison. Lane 4 is in second place, Shiva Krishnamanemi. And lane 3, Carter Andrews is right there with him from Toll. Great job, guys. right, everybody, thank you so much for joining us here at the November Open, the 2023 Potomac Valley November Open. We are here at the Prince William County Schools Aquatic Center at Colgan High School. We are in the final events of this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday meet. This is the boys 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke, event number 74. And the boys are coming down to their final few yards. And it looks like our first place winner in this heat is going to be lane 5, Colin Morrison from NCAP Alexandria. Second place, Shiva Krishnanmaneni, Toll, and in third place, Carter Andrews from Toll. This is now heat 2 of event 74, the boys 13 and over, 200-yard breaststroke. Okay, we're ready for heat 2 of the boys 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke. The boys are on the blocks. Okay, looks like we don't have anybody in lane 1, but in lane 2 we've got Grant Hoffman, NCAP West. Lane 3, Keegan Fall, York. Lane 4, Robbie Reed, NCAP West. Lane 5, Gabe Nguyen, Toll. Lane 6, Jake Kemp, NCAP Burke. Lane 7, Cardin Nolan, York. And lane 8, Dylan Grokey, Toll. Okay, as the boys finish their first 50, it looks like Keegan Fall from York, lane 3, has a strong lead, but not far behind him is Robbie Reed, lane 4, NCAP West. And then out there in lane 8, in third place, looks like it's Dylan Grokey, Toll. Good job, boys. All right, the boys are about halfway finished with this 200 breaststroke. And at the half, we've still got lane 3, Keegan Fall from York in the lead, and right behind him is lane 4, Robbie Reed, NCAP West, and then in third place, Dylan Grokey, lane 8 from Toll. All right, we're down to the last 50 of this 200 breast. This is the boys 13 and over, 200-yard breast, event 74, heat 2. And the last 25 as Keegan Fall makes a sharp turn. That's York in first place, Keegan Fall, lane 3. And behind him, Robbie Reed, and then Dylan Grokey. Let's watch the finish. Strong finish for Keegan Fall from York in first place. Second place goes to Robbie Reed, NCAP West. And third place goes to Dylan Grokey Toll. Great job, guys. Now we're ready for heat 3 of 5. This is the boys 13 and over, 200-yard breast, event 74, heat 3. Lane 1, Rowan Lane, NCAP West. Lane 2, Nico Schaefer, York. Lane 3, Matthew Cockler, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Riven Mattis, NCAP Burke. Lane 5, Caleb James, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Brett Wilson, NCAP West. Lane 7, Sammy Chiappetta, NCAP Burke. And lane 8, Aiden Yu. And as the boys finish up their first 50 of this 200-yard breast, it is anybody's race. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 are neck and neck as they come out of the first 50 turn. But it looks like lane 5, Caleb James and NCAP Burke may have a little lead. But right there with him is Matthew Cockler, NCAP Burke, and lane 4, Riven Mattis, NCAP Burke. So this is an NCAP Burke race for 1, 2, and 3. Lanes 3, 4, and 5, all NCAP Burke. We have Cockler, Mattis, and James. Okay, finishing up halfway through this 100-yard breast. Looks like Riven Mattis, lane 4's dropped back a bit, but Matthew Cockler, lane 3, and Caleb James, lane 5, and NCAP Burke are still holding close. Although it looks like Matthew Cockler, lane 3, has a bit of a lead now as they move into the last 50. This is the last 50 yards of this men's 13 and over 200-yard breast. Event 74, heat 3. And Matthew Cockler is really pulling ahead now in lane 3. Let's see if he can finish strong. And Caleb James will be the next to turn. And then Riven Mattis, lane 4. And here's the finish. Matthew Cockler comes in first from lane 3, NCAP Burke. Caleb James is second from NCAP Burke, lane 5. And in third place, Riven Mattis, also NCAP Burke. Now we're moving to heat 4 out of 5 heats for this boys 13 and over 200-yard breaststroke, event 74. Lane 1, Finn Copen, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Tim Bassam, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Micah Peters, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, Landon Mattis, NCAP Burke. Lane 5, Connor O'Neill, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Arjun Hans, York. Lane 7, Aiden Travers, York. And lane 8, Wyatt Dean, NCAP Burke. And as the boys finish up their first 75 yards here, looks like lane 5, Connor O'Neill, NCAP Alexandria, has a pretty strong lead. Lane 5 is in the lead, but lane 2 and lane 4 are not far behind. Lane 2 is Tim Bassam, NCAP Alexandria, and lane 4 is Landon Mattis, NCAP Burke. Okay, we're halfway through this 200-yard breast. And still it's Connor O'Neill with at least a 3-second lead at the 100. But second and third place is going to be close between lane 2 and lane 4. Lane 2 is Tim Bassam, lane 4 is Landon Mattis. But in the lead still, as we approach this final lap, is still lane 5, Connor O'Neill, NCAP Alexandria. Wow, Connor O'Neill is really bringing it home in lane 5 from NCAP Alexandria. His current time is 2:31.78, and he breaks that with a 2:22.10. Great drop for O'Neill. And then in second place, we have Landon Mattis, lane 4, and in third place, we have Tim Bassam, NCAP Alexandria, also bringing in significant drops. Good job, guys. Okay, on to Heat 5. This is our final heat of the boys 13 and over, 200-yard breast. Top heat for the 200-yard breast. Lane 1, Zachary Tan, York. Lane 2, Blake Conjura, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Alex Diachenko, NCAP West. Lane 4, Jesse Montano, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Jonathan Ramsdell, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Wyatt Davis, NCAP Burke. Lane 7, Jack Downey, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 8, Levi Fullweller. All right, as the boys are pushing into their 75 yards of this 200-yard breast, it looks like lane 5, Jonathan Ramsdell, NCAP Alexandria, has a strong lead. But lane 4 is pushing him. Lane 4 is Jesse Montano, NCAP Alexandria. So lane 4 and 5 teammates for NCAP Alexandria. We've got we've got Montano in lane 4, Ramsdale in lane 5. Ramsdale still has the lead. All right, as they come into this last 50, they're starting their last 50. It's still Jonathan Ramsdell, lane 5, but his teammate Jesse Montano is giving him a run for the money here. Let's see what happens at the turn. All right, neck and neck as they come down the lane here. And then it looks like Alex Diachenko is going to be third. And here's the finish of this top heat of the boys 200 breast. And wow, that was close. And it's Montano in first, Ramsdell in second, and Diachenko in third. And it was only 0.05 of a second separating first and second place in that race. Great job, guys. Now we're on to the girls 13 and over 200-yard freestyle. This is event 75, heat 1. Girls 13 and over 200-yard free, event 75, heat 1. Lane 3, Olivia Schrade. Lane 4, Lexi Bodendorf. Lane 5, Julia Salazar. And lane 6, Molly Hurley. And it looks like we only have 3 swimmers in this heat. It's Olivia Schrade, lane 3, NCAP West, Julia Salazar, lane 5, Toll, and Molly Hurley, lane 6 for Toll. All right, as they finish, push through the halfway mark on this 200 free, it looks like there's a commanding lead by Julia Salazar from Toll. She's got about half a pool length lead here as she comes back, finishing up her third 50, finishing up 150 free. She's got 50 yards to go. Lane 5, Julia Salazar from Toll in the lead with 50 yards to go. All right, and here is the finish. Lane 5 finishes first. This is Julia Salazar from Toll. First place, Julia Salazar, Toll. This is still Heat 1 of event 75, girls 13 and over, 200 free. And in second place, we have Schrade. And in third place, we have Hurley. On to Heat 2 of girls 200-yard freestyle. This is Heat 2 of 14. Event 75, girls 200 free. Lane 1, Kenley Teller, NCAP West. Lane 2, Sydney McGovern, Toll. Lane 3, Naya Stolen, Toll. Lane 4, Eileen Storm, York. Lane 5, Annabelle Campett, York. Lane 6, Molly Hawkins, Toll. Lane 7, Brooklyn Stanley, NCAP West. Lane 8, Maisie Storm. All right, the girls are looking strong as they finish up their first 50 of this 200 free. And it looks like lane 4 is in the lead, but lane 8 is not far behind. Lane 4 is Eileen Storm, and she's from York, and Maisie Storm is in lane 8, also from York. Maybe sisters. Little sibling rivalry there. All right, there's the first 100 is finished with Eileen Storm first and Maisie Storm second. right, everybody, this is heat 3 of the women's 200-yard freestyle, and finishing up strong, we have our first place finisher. This is Eileen Storm, lane 4, followed by Maisie Storm, lane 8, both of York. And then we're waiting for our third place finisher is going to be Molly Hawkins, lane 6 from Toll. Moving on to heat 3 of the women's 13 and over 200-yard freestyle, event 75, heat 3 of 14. Lane 1, Maya Chawla, York. Lane 2, Moira Urban, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Sarah Lee, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Blythe Windle, Toll. Lane 5, Margaret Shavland, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Charlie Parker, Toll. Lane 7, Stina Nystrom, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 8, Maddie Patterson, NCAP West. And as the girls finish up their first 50, it looks like we have a commanding lead from Staya Nystrom, NCAP Alexandria. She is in lane 7. But not far behind her is Maya Chawla from York, lane 1. Women's 13 and over 200 free, event 75. This is heat 3. All right, and still it's a very strong lead by Stina Nystrom, lane 7, NCAP Alexandria. One more 50 to go. One more 50 to go. Looks like second place is Sarah Lee in lane 3. And then Margaret Shavland in lane 5. The girls are really pushing hard now as they come into this last 25. And here's a good look at the finish. In lane 7, Stina Nystrom finishes first. Lane 3, Sarah Lee finishes second. And Margaret Shavland finishes third. Great job, girls. Now heat 4 of 14. This is the girls 13 and over 200-yard freestyle, heat 4. Lane 1, Selena Noureddin, NCAP West. Lane 2, Sarah McShane, York. Lane 3, Addie Wright, Toll. Lane 4, Samantha Kluger, NCAP Burke. Lane 5, Ryan Clark, York. Lane 6, Annalise Stewart, NCAP Burke. Lane 7, Tabitha Cisco, NCAP Burke. And lane 8, Paige Reeves, NCAP West. Okay, the girls are a quarter way through this 200-yard race. And it looks like lane 2 and lane 4 are neck and neck. We don't have anybody in lane 1 or in lane 5. No one in lane 1 or 5. But this could be anybody's race as they finish the halfway mark. Lane 2, 4, 7, and 8 are neck and neck. That's Sarah McShane in lane 2, Samantha Kluger in lane 4, Tabitha Cisco lane 7, and Paige Reeves lane 8. All right, and here we are at the final 25 for this women's 200-yard free. This is heat 4 of event 75, and here is the finish. Let's see. Who is it going to be? Wow, it's lane 8. Finishes first, Paige Reeves. Lane 7, Tabitha Cisco finishes second. And third goes to Samantha Kluger in lane 4. Great job, girls. Now, heat 5 of 14 in the girls 13 and over, 200-yard free. Lane 1, Olivia Sullivan and Cap Burke. Lane 2, Louise Fitzgerald, York. Lane 3, Lila Dillard and Cap West. Lane 4, Amaya Rosa, York. Lane 5, Alexis Mount and Cap West. Lane 6, Raina Black and Cap West. Lane 7, Abby Bowles and Cap Burke. And lane 8, Zoe Rebel, York. As the girls come towards the halfway mark in this race, it looks like lane 2 and lane 8 are 1 and 2. Lane 2 is Louise Fitzgerald from York, and lane 8 is Zoe Rebel from York. But it's still anybody's race for third. And looks like lane 3 and 4 are coming on strong and may well catch Zoe Rebel in lane 8. But it's lane 2, Louise Fitzgerald from York, that still maintains a strong lead for first in this race. All right, 50 yards left, 50 yards left. All right, and now we're down to the last 25. Last few yards for lane 2, Louise Fitzgerald, and she's going to finish strong. Finishing first, Louise Fitzgerald with 2:17.26 from York, and it looks like in second place is going to be lane 8, Zoe Rebel from York, and coming in third is Lila Dillard from NCAP West. Great job, girls. Now we're on to heat 6 of 14 in event 75, girls 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1 is Morgan Elam and Cap West. Lane 2 is Sophie Foster, Toll. Lane 3, we don't have anyone. Lane 4, Alexandra Heath and Cap West. Lane 5, no one in lane 5. Lane 6, Stella O'Shea and Cap West. Lane 7, Giselle Hill and Cap West. And lane 8, Clara DeBella. End cap Alexandria. All right, as the girls move to close in on the halfway mark of this race, looks like lane 4 has a solid lead. That is Alexandra Heath from NCAP West in lane 4. And then in second place at the 100-yard mark is Stella O'Shea, followed by Morgan Elam in lane 1. All right, looks like it's going to be a great finish to this heat. This is heat 6 of event 75. The women's 13 and over, 200-yard free. And first place is Alexandra Heath from NCAP with 2:16.13. Second place is Stella O'Shea, lane 6, NCAP West. And third place is Clara DeBella, lane 8, to NCAP Alexandria. This is now heat 7 of 14. We're halfway through the girls 13 and over, 200-yard free. Lane 1, Emerson Feely, York. Lane 2, Cora Johnson, NCAP West. Lane 3, Adelina Chedada, NCAP West. Lane 4, Kathleen Ferguson, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, Anna Velasco, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Lydia Myers, NCAP Burke. Lane 7, Mary McNichols, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 8, Elizabeth Kent, NCAP Burke. All right, the girls have finished their first 50. They're over a quarter way through, and we have a strong lead from Adelina Chehida, NCAP West. Great job, Adelina. Boy, second place is going to be close. It could be anybody's race at this point. All right, we're finishing up the first 100. Let's see if Adelina Chedida, NCAP West, lane 3, can hold her lead. Looks like lane 4 and 8 are in competition for second place. That's Kathleen Ferguson, lane 4, NCAP Alexandria, and Elizabeth Kent, lane 8, NCAP Burke. All right, this is the last 50. Last 50 for heat 7 of the girls 200 free. And looks like Adelina Chehida, NCAP West, will keep her lead and finish first. All right, Adelina Chehida finishes first with a time of 2:09.61, and in second place is Kathleen Ferguson from NCAP Alexandria with a time of 2:14.87. On to heat 8. This is heat 8 out of 14 of the girls 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Abigail Sullivan, NCAP Burke. Lane 2, Annabelle Kotek, Toll. Lane 4, McKaylee Jenkins, NCAP West. Lane 5, Laura Prudius, York. Lane 6, Allie Wiggins, Lane from NCAP Burke, lane 7, Sophia Malinowski, NCAP West, and no one in lane 8. All right, this is heat 8 of the girls 13 and over 200-yard free. Girls have finished 75 yards. Coming up on the halfway mark, we'll see who's in the lead. And it looks like it's going to be lane 6, Allie Wiggins in the lead at the 100 mark. Yes, Allie Wiggins at the 100 mark with a 1:01.45. And then right behind her, Laura Prudius from York with a 1:03.19 at the halfway mark. Still a close race with halfway to go. If you're just joining us, thank you for watching this afternoon. This is Kelly O'Reilly announcing for the 2023 November Open, the Potomac Valley November Open that is being hosted here at Prince William County Schools Aquatic Center in Manassas, Virginia. We are currently watching Heat 8 of the women's 200 free. And this is the last few yards of the 200 free. Heat 8 out of 14. And let's see who finishes. Looks like it's going to be lane 6, Wiggins with 2:09.18, followed closely by Jenkins with a 2:10.89. And finally in third, we've got Kotek from Toll with a 2:14. Great job, girls. All drops. If you're just joining us, this is Heat 9 of 14 of event 75, the girls 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, we have Audrey Lawyer from NCAP Burke. Lane 2 is Bianca Mata from York. Lane 4 is Maddie Skiba from NCAP West. Lane 5 is Carrington Latona from NCAP West. Lane 6 is Kenzie Boyd from NCAP West. Lane 7 is Fletcher Hayden from NCAP West. And lane 8 is Olivia Strossen from NCAP Burke. And as the girls are just finishing up this 100, the first 100, let's see. It looks like Maddie Skiba is in first, followed by Audrey Lawyer is in second. All right, 75 yards to go. This is going to be a tight race. Looks like lane 4, Maddie Skiba is still in the lead, followed by lane 5 and lane 7, Carrington Latona and Hayden Fletcher. But don't count out Audrey Lawyer, lane 1 in Cap Burke. She's coming on strong. All right, this is the last few yards here as they come under the flags. Let's see who's in the lead. It's still Maddie Skiba, lane 4, NCAP West. Oh no, my goodness, I missed her. It's Olivia Strossen, lane 8, NCAP Burke finishes first, followed by Maddie Skiba, and then Hayden Fletcher in third. Great job, girls. This is Heat 10 of 14 of the girls 200 free. Lane 1, Abby Hubert, NCAP West. Lane 2, Lily Flugard, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 3, Zoe Bayed, Toll. Lane 4, Millie Stower, NCAP West. Lane 5, Marin Doyle, NCAP West. Lane 7, Eleanor Heflick Rogers, NCAP Alexandria, and Lane 8, Ellie Troth, NCAP Alexandria. Heat 10 of 14, the women's 200 free. All right, as the girls finish the halfway mark, it looks like it's lane 4 and 5 are neck and neck. That is Stower and Dole. All right, and here we come into the finish. Let's see, this is the end of Heat 10, and in first place, it's Millie Stower, NCAP West with a 2:01. Next is Marin Doyle with a 2:06.81, NCAP West, and in third place, it's Ellie Troth, NCAP Alexandria. Great job, girls. Now we're on to Heat 11 of 14. This is the girls 13 and over, 200-yard breast, event 74, Heat 11. All right, in lane 1, we have Emma Latini, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Nina Woodside, NCAP West. Lane 3, Briar Lane, NCAP West. Lane 5, Emma Young, NCAP West. Lane 6, Haley Enberg, NCAP West. Lane 7, Olivia Buckley, NCAP West. And lane 8, Addie Begley, NCAP West. This is an NCAP heavy heat with NCAP West representing 6 of the 7 lanes. Heat 11 of 14 for the women's 200-yard breast. And as we come up to the 100-yard mark, halfway through this race, it looks like Emma Young, lane 5, is in first place, followed very closely by Haley Edinburgh, lane 6, and Nina Woodside in lane 2. Could be anybody's race still. This is the last few yards of this race, and it looks like they're coming in really strong, and it is Emma Young finishes first in under 2 minutes, followed by Olivia Buckley and Haley Edinburgh. It's a clean sweep for NCAP West. This is Heat 12 of 14 of the girls 13 and over, 200 free. Lane 1, Morrison Payton. Lane 4, Leah Hubbard and NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Kelsey Barnes, NCAP West. Lane 7, Sophie Hayden, NCAP West. And lane 8, Ariana Heath, NCAP West. All right, this is heat 12 of 14. Got 5 girls swimming. They're all very close as they finish this first 100 yards. Let's see, it looks like Leah Hubbard. Lane 4 is in, oh no, sorry. I missed those. Kelsey Barnes, Sophie Hayden, and Ariana Heath all came in 1, 2, and 3 under a minute in the first 100. All right, they're still very close. Lanes 6, 7, and 8 are really pushing here. This is their last 50 of this 200-yard free. And it looks like lane 6, lane 7, and lane 8 are currently pushing 1, 2, and 3. Lane 6 is Kelsey Barnes, NCAP West, Sophie Hayden, lane 7, and Ariana Heath, lane 8. NCAP West, NCAP West, NCAP West, and here comes the finish. Great job for Kelsey Barnes, Sophie Hayden, and Ariana Heath. 1, 2, and 3, NCAP West, right at the 2-minute mark. Now this is heat 13 of 14, our second to last heat of the girls 200-yard free. We have Taylor Bueller, lane 1, NCAP West. Madison Carter, lane 2, NCAP West. Megan Pauley, lane 3, NCAP West. Lane 5, Ella Cipher, NCAP West. Lane 6, Amelia Edwards, NCAP West. Lane 7, Mackenzie Witt, NCAP West. And lane 8, Brianna Heath, NCAP West. This is a full heat of NCAP West girls. This is the 13 and over 200-yard free. And here the girls come in for the first 100. They're halfway through. And it looks like heat lane 4. Megan Pauley is first, followed by Madison Carter, and then Amelia Edwards in third. This is a tight race. Okay, this is the last 25. Here they go. All right, it looks like it's going to be lane 4, Megan Pauley. These are all NCAP West girls. Megan Pauley finishes first at 1:57. Finishing second is Amelia Edwards, and third is Madison Carter. Great job, girls, all under 2 minutes. And this is our top heat. Heat 14 of the girls 13 and over, 200-yard free. Lane 1, Sedona Traster, NCAP West. Lane 2, Emma Signa, NCAP West. Lane 3, Carolyn Agee, NCAP West. Lane 4, Allie Widoect, NCAP West. Lane 5, Alyssa Sagal, NCAP West. Lane 6, Katie Torrey, NCAP West. Lane 7, Hannah Sistrunk, NCAP West. And lane 8, Catherine Walters, NCAP West. All right, we've got another NCAP West full lineup here for Heat 14. And it looks like coming in at the 100-yard mark. Let's see, our first place is Allie Wittedek at 54 seconds for her first 100. And then not far behind her is Alyssa Sagel and Hannah Sistrunk. All right. Boy, these girls are really moving tonight. All right, this is it, the last 50. Let's see if Allie Wittedek can hold her lead. I think she can. But Alyssa Sagel is trying to catch up there in lane 5. And then third place is going to be close. And here they come, finishing up. In first place in lane 4 is Allie Wittedek. Lane 2, Alyssa Sagel. And 3, Hannah Sistrunk. Great job, girls, all under 2 minutes. Now, this is our final event of the night. This is event 76, the boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Heat 1. Heat 1 of 12. Lane 1, Daria Rafaja, Toll. Lane 2, Connor Fleming, York. Lane 4, Aiden Yu, Toll. Lane 5, Colin Morrison, NCAP Alexandria. And lane 6, Ethan Thompson, NCAP West. All right, and as the boys come in for their first 100, looks like Ethan Thompson has a commanding lead. Ethan Thompson finishes the first 100 yards in under a minute and has about almost a pool length on 2, 3, and 4. Great job, Ethan. Okay, Ethan Thompson has 50 yards to go. 50 yards to go. All right. Okay, this is it. Ethan Thompson is doing a great job, guys. And here he comes into his final. He's almost lapping his competitors here. Ethan Thompson's time comes in at 1:50.75. 1:50.75. First place to Ethan Thompson, NCAP West. And finishing second is Connor Fleming from York, and third place is Colin Morrison from Toll. Great job, guys. This completes Heat 1 of 12 of the boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Now, Heat 2 of the boys 200-yard freestyle. This is our last event of the night. And in lane 1, we have John Cataldo, NCAP West. Lane 2, Carter Andrews from Toll. Lane 3, Finn Parrish from NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Gabe Nguyen from Toll. And lane 8, Silas Packard from NCAP Burke. All right, and here is the finish for Heat 2. Parrish comes in first. That's Finn Parrish of NCAP Burke finishes first with 2:23. And right after him, we have Nguyen from Toll and Andrews from Toll. Great job, guys. Now we're moving on to Heat 3. This is Heat 3 of Event 76, boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Shiva Krishnamamani, Toll. Heat 2, Tyson Miyamoto, York. Lane 3, James McCahill, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, Tony Lazo, NCAP West. Lane 5, Jack Lentini, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Nico Schaefer, York. Lane 7, Robbie Reedy, NCAP West. And Lane 8, Dane Rees, NCAP West. All right, the boys are coming in on their first half of this race, 100 yards out of 200-yard free. And it looks like in first place is lane 5, Jack Lentini from NCAP, and then Tony Lazo from NCAP, and then James McCahill from NCAP. 1, 2, and 3. All right, this is our last lap of this heat. All right, this is the last 25. Last 25 yards, and it looks like Jack Lentini has still got a commanding lead. This is NCAP Alexandria's Jack Lentini, finishes first. And coming in second is Tony Lazo, also from NCAP West. And third place is Third place is Robbie Reed, NCAP West. This is heat 4 of event 76, boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Griffin Yesquin, NCAP Burke. Lane 2, Hawahan Sima, Toll. Lane 3, Cheyenne Ahmad, NCAP Burke. Lane 4, Jasper Kotowitz. Lane 5, Nathaniel Erickson. Lane 6, Nate Davis, Toll. Lane 7, Tyler Geis, York. And lane 8, Rowan Lane, NCAP West. This is the boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. This is the 2023 Potomac Valley November Open, being held at the Prince William County School Aquatic Center at Colgan High School. All right, the boys are just finishing up their first 100 yards of this 200-yard free, and it looks like Cheyenne Ahmed is in first place, Hoan Sima in second, and Nate Davis in third. All right, and here comes the finish, and it is going to be close. Oh my goodness, and it's Davis finishes first. Nate Davis finishes first, followed by second, Cheyenne Ahmed, and then third is Jasper Kotowitz, NCAP. Great race, guys. This is heat 5 of 12, our final event of the meet. This is event 76, 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Gabe Midget, Toll. Lane 2, Reed Dodson, NCAP West. Lane 3, Bryce Rohrbach, NCAP West. Lane 4, Gio Garcia, NCAP West. Lane 5, Blair Reese, NCAP West. And lane 8, Riven Mattis, NCAP Burke. Okay, the boys are coming into the halfway mark of this 200-yard race, and it looks like lanes 1, 3, and 4 have the lead. Lane 1, Gabe Midget, Toll. Lane 3, Bryce Rohrbach, NCAP West, and lane 4, Gio Garcia, NCAP West. All three of those boys finishing under a minute for the first half. Okay, this is the final 25. This is the final 25 yards, heat 5. All right, and our first finisher is Bryce Rohrbach, NCAP West. Second place, Gabe Midget from Toll. And third place, Gio Garcia, NCAP West. This is Heat 6 of 12 from our last event of the day, event 76, boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Joel Ha, NCAP West. Lane 2, Keegan Ball, York. Lane 3, Duncan Ross, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, George Cocker, York. Lane 5, Rowan Turner, NCAP West. Lane 6, Fernando Rodriguez, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 7, James McCormick, NCAP West. And lane 8, Grayson White, NCAP West. And this is going to be a tight race as they come into the 100-yard mark, halfway through this 200 free. And it looks like lane 4, 5, and 6 are neck and neck. That's George Cocker in lane 4 from York, Rowan Turner, lane 5 from NCAP West, and Fernando Rodriguez, NCAP Alexandria in lane 6. Okay, there's 50 yards left. 50 yards left in it. 50 yards left. Looks like lane 5 is in the lead with 4 and 6 not far behind. So that's Rowan Turner now taking the lead with 25 yards left to go. Okay, first place, Rowan Turner. Second place, Fernando Rodriguez. And third place, George Cocker. All right, this is Heat 7. Heat 7 of 12. Event 76. Boys 13 and over, 200-yard free. Lane 1, Daniel Uribe. Lane 2, Soma Fullweller. Lane 3, Owen Strickland. Lane 4, Oliver Gooch. Lane 5, Jack Downey. Lane 6, Joe Widoecht. Lane 7, Blake Hayden. Lane 8, Aiden Travers. Boy, this is going to be a tight race here. Looks like lane 6 and 7 have pulled ahead, Joe Widoeck and Blake Hayden. But lanes 1 and 2, Daniel Uribe and Soma Fullweller are not far behind. And Owen Strickland is right there too. Here they go at the 100 mark. They're still going strong. Boy, they're coming on strong. There's 50 yards left. 50 yards left in this race. And lanes 6 and 7 are out ahead. It looks like we've got Blake Hayden from NCAP West first at the turn, Joe Widoeck, lane 6, and then it is a race for third between Daniel Uribe, Soma Fullweller, and Owen Strickland. All right, here they come, here they come. And it's Joe Widoeck, followed by Blake Hayden, first, second, and Daniel Uribe takes third. Great race, guys. All right, this is heat 8 of 12. This is heat 8 of 12 of the boys 200-yard freestyle, 13 and over. Lane 1, Evan Chestnut, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 2, Ryan Miller, NCAP Burke. Lane 3, Jack Schiefele, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4 is not here. Lane 5, Marshall Howard. Lane 7, Bram Shestapol. And lane 8, Finn O'Shea. Okay, and here we come down to the last final bits of this race. This is heat 8, and Howard wins it with first, Finn O'Shea second, and Shestapol in third. And now we're on to heat 9. This is heat 9 of 12, the boys 13 and over 200-yard freestyle, event 76. This is our last event of the evening. In lane 1, Wills Fleming, York. Lane 3, Ben Jacobs, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 4, Jacob Cho, NCAP West. Lane 5, Kieran Kelly, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 6, Wyatt Downey, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 7, Colin Finnegan, NCAP Alexandria. Okay, here comes these boys almost finishing up the halfway mark, and it is close. Looks like Ben Jacobs, Jacob Cho, and Kieran Kelly are neck and neck at the half, with Jacob Cho a little bit ahead. That's Jacob Cho and Cap West. All right, this is the final 50 yards in heat 9 of 12 of event 76, boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. And wow, this is anybody's race. Lane 3, 4, 5, and 7 are neck and neck. Let's see who does it here. And it is going to be Jacobs first, Kelly second, and Finnegan third. Great job, guys. This is heat 10 of 12 of the boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. Heat 10. Lane 1, Josh Begley, NCAP West. Lane 3, Stephen Lepine, Toll. Lane 4, Robbie Yakes, NCAP Alexandria. Lane 5, James Riley, NCAP Burke. Lane 6, Sam Haw, NCAP West. Lane 7, Carter Murphy, NCAP West. Lane 8, Darren Hong, Toll. All right, the boys are just finishing up the first half of this 200-yard free. And it looks like lane 6 is in the lead. That is Sam Haw from NCAP West. Turns first, but he is followed close behind his teammate, Carter Murphy. And behind them, Robbie Yakes and James Riley. Still anybody's race. This is the last 50, and still we have Sam Haw, lane 6 in the lead, but lanes 3, 4, and 7 are neck and neck. That's Stephen Lepine, Robbie Yakes, and Carter Murphy. Sam Haw finishes first, Murphy is in second, and Lepine, Stephen Lepine from Toll, finishes third. This is heat 11 of 12. Second to last heat for the boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle, event number 76. Lane 1, Maddox Nam, NCAP West. Lane 2, Chase Lane, NCAP West. Lane 3, Sam Mahoney, NCAP West. Lane 4, Troy Utter, NCAP West. Lane 5, Trace Black, NCAP West. Lane 6, Carter Layden, NCAP West. And lane 8, Alex Erickson, NCAP Alexandria. All right, as the boys finish the 75-yard mark in this 200-yard race, they're coming into the 100. As they come into the 100-yard mark, it looks like lane 8, Alex Erickson, NCAP Alexandria, is leading. But not far behind is Trace Black and Carter Layden, lanes 6 and 7, both NCAP West. This is the last 50 of the night for this second to last heat. And wow, it is going to be close between lane 4 and lane 8. Looks like lane 8 may pull it out first. Lane 8 is Alex Erickson, NCAP Alexandria, and he finishes first with a time of 1:48, followed by Troy Utter, and then Chase Lane, both of NCAP West. And now to the final heat of the final event tonight. This is heat 12 of event number 76, boys 13 and over, 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Mason Parks, NCAP West. Lane 2, Caleb Cho, NCAP West. Lane 3, Philip Kim, NCAP West. Lane 4, Jackson Tischler, NCAP West. Lane 5, Joey Barnes, NCAP West. Lane 7, Lucas Bermudez, NCAP Burke. And lane 8, Ethan Litikin, NCAP West. All right, the boys are coming in to their first 100, the first half of this 200-yard free. And it looks like Jackson Tischler has a strong lead with 51.71 for his first 100, followed closely by Joey Barnes with 53.11, and then Philip Kim with 54.15 on the first 100. All right, this is the last 25 yards of the night. We're going to close out the 2023 November Open, Potomac Valley November Open. And it is going to be Jackson Tischler, lane 4, finishing first with 1:45. And in second place, it's Joey Barnes and Cap West. And third place is Caleb Cho with a time of 1:52.23. Thank you everybody for joining me tonight. We are signing off here from the Prince William County School Aquatic Center at Colgan High School. And this closes out the 2023 Potomac Valley November Open. Thank you. Have a great rest of your weekend.